I think everything is working more or less correctly. And I'm going to play more of this dungeon crawler game. I really don't know what I'm doing in it, but one of these days I'll survive to... I'll survive further, eventually. That might take me a while, though. Let's see. I'm gonna be Lipsip. That is my name this time. And as always, I will pick a random character. Barachi Artificer. Yes. Okay, I don't know what a Barachi is supposed to be. I guess I'm a slow amphibian? So I guess a Barachi is supposed to be like a frog creature. I don't know what LOS means. Cover ground slowly. Can hop. Extended range of vision and can be seen from far away. Okay, so maybe that's what LOS means. It's something to do with that. Okay. And I think I will look at my skills. Let's see, what do I have an aptitude for? Apparently Barachis are specialized in some forms of magic. But, okay. The weapon they are best with is long blades. I guess I will switch to the first long blade I find, if I don't already have one. That'll be my thing. And I'm an artificer. I think that means that I use wands. Okay. Well, I don't have any level to any sort of magic, so I don't think artificers use magic directly. They just use it from wands and stuff. That's why they have a bonus to evocations. I have no aptitude for stealth. I'll train some... Wait. Why would I train stealth? I think I'll turn that off, actually. Because it said that I can be seen easily. So that kind of makes me think that the race is penalized for that. So I'll forego stealth for now, at least, for the sake of hoping that I can get good at this other stuff and kill enemies quickly. Okay. I think this should be what I go for. So let's see. Right now I have a club. So I think what I will do... A wand of charming, okay. I think what I will do is attempt to... I'll switch to the first sword that I see. Right. Stealth allows me to be quiet too, probably. I mean, I don't know if it does actually help that, but... So... It's not necessarily completely useless to me. Oh, wow. Having a trouble killing this ball python. Apparently my accuracy is pretty bad with this. Barely miss. Barely miss. I'm slow, so it hits me twice every time I try to hit it once. Okay. I'll use the wand of flame on it. Okay, there we go. Okay. Apparently I'm no good at that. Let's see, 0.5 hit points per turn. Yeah, that seems okay. I think I want to avoid trying to use, because I only have one damaging wand. I don't even know what one Uncharming does. Fiercely but briefly loyal to the user. I guess I should use that if I see a crowd of enemies. Okay. Probably won't get very far. But, you know, may as well try. Anyway, I like the creativity of having a frog adventurer. Because being slow but having the ability to hop and being amphibious is a combination of traits that you don't really see very often in character creation. But it's neat that being unconcerned with the way the lore plays out or the wider world is constructed allows you to have these sorts of character combination choices. Okay. Well, I'm going to... There we go. Oh. And another python. I'll just use the wand on it right away instead of waiting until it almost kills me. 2d6. Really? I keep missing it. There we go. The bat ran away. Okay. Yeah, I killed the bat. Oh wow, that guy did not notice me, even though I was right next to him. Yeah. Okay, short sword. Wait, what was my skill again? It was long blades, not short blades. Why does it do that? Okay. It goes to this other tab of cost. Current training targets. It lets me set a skill target. Okay, well if I knew more about the mechanics of the game, maybe I would do that. Actually, I will set a skill target. J1. Okay. Does that make it so that it will stop dumping points into it if I do that? I'll try that, see if it works. Because having the target set to 1 seems like it's pretty fair. I won't waste much experience points on it. And whatever the first level of the skill does I'll get the benefit of whatever one level does. Which I don't know if there's much of any benefit for one experience level, but I may as well. That's right. Hopping is it lands somewhere nearby my destination, so it's probably better to use it for escape than anything else. Or to attempt to close a long distance quickly. Okay. And my long blade skill increased. Okay, that's still a short sword. Okay. I'm gonna hope that I get the... Okay. I'll use the auto explore again. That endoplasm is... Okay. Okay, another short sword. Hopefully I'll get a long sword eventually soon. Kill the Australian... Oh wait, that's actually just a rat. It's not the quokka. I guess rats exist all over the world. Although I think they exist all over the world because when people were traveling from Europe in boats, rats would stow away on their ships, and so they'd also like colonize different places in the world just from that, because people would sail somewhere and then there'd just be a bunch of rats everywhere. Okay. I found a magic book. I guess if I really wanted to cast magic, I now have some spells I could use. Oh, I have 2 more spells that I could potentially use. I wonder if the character classes... I think the character classes just determine what spells you have. Let's see. I really don't know which is the best. I guess mostly I've been doing melee attacks, so I guess I'll increase strength. Okay. Okay, so level 3, I get a stat up. Okay. Let me look at my inventory here. Okay, a scroll that I don't know the thing of, and 2 potions. But I have access to a bunch of necromancy spells. I think pain is a basic. Let's see. It's unstable, so any undead I created will crumble to dust. I cannot leave the level they were created on. The strength of the... Yeah, that makes sense. It's almost silent. That almost seems like it'd be worthwhile to learn. What's this? Can't see any hostile targets that would be affected. Has pretty good range and it's almost silent. Okay, I'm pretty sure I could drop that failure down pretty significantly if I actually start training the spell category. I don't know if spell casting in general will make that drop or if it's just the category, the type of spell that will make it drop, but I think both contribute to it. This seems like it'd be a worthwhile thing to get. Especially if, wow, 0% power. Okay, so I think that means that power doesn't scale linearly with whatever the spell description is, because I'm pretty sure 0% of anything is also 0, so. Of course, that could just be rounded from like 0.4% down to 0. But even so. Okay. So it's basically adjacent. That's potentially something I might want to learn in the future. Just because it seems like it would be useful. because it's basically a healing spell. I guess I'll look at these others just to see what they are. Enchants the caster's dominant hand with magical energy. The energy is released when the caster touches a monster and may induce a state of confusion in the monster. The caster's attacks do no damage while attempting to touch a monster in this way. Yeah, that makes sense. Slows the actions of a creature. It's long range too. It seems like it'd be pretty useful for running away mostly. I guess my character is slow too, so I don't think I want to bother with it for now. If I end up surviving to level 10, maybe I'll start looking into vampiric casting. Yeah, I killed the python. That's good. Endoplasm. I really don't want to run into melee into an uncertain situation, just because running into a room that I don't know, not going to be confident of my ability to handle situations easily. Of course, last time I was playing, I got overconfident that my wizard octopus could survive the situation, and I ran into a bad spot. So I think it's just a general situation of don't go into situations that are unknown. Don't let yourself get surrounded, like, ever. Which, related, it might be a bad idea to go down the trapdoor locations rather than going down the stairs I could go up and down between. Okay, a dagger. Okay. You know, I forgot to actually check to see if a short sword is considered a long blade or a short blade. Nemelex Zobe. What's this? An altar sparkling with a light show brighter than any gambling dens to attract followers for Nemelex Zobe. Okay. I guess it's a casino god. That seems worthwhile, I guess. Okay. Yikes. Okay. I missed it. I missed it. Okay. Yikes, that's that adder did a lot of damage to me. Okay. Okay. I guess I'll look and see if this okay, it says my skill in whatever category. Let's see. I'll bring that up there. Okay, it says here that it falls in the short blades category. I took it off a kobold. I didn't pick it up. I guess that's just the general text for describing where the item came from. And it's probably easier to track that than and to just say the general statement rather than trying to indicate individually for everything. Well, it ran into a teleport trap. Oh, okay. I guess my stealth went up to level 1 and I didn't notice the message, but it automatically took it off of training. That's interesting to know. So I guess when I stop training skills, or when I decide that I want to stop at a certain level, so that I can use the opportunity to train other skills, I guess I will use that option on the menu. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Well, that's what the Quokka gets for sleeping in the middle of a dungeon. You get me sneaking up on him and attacking him like that. Okay. And... I didn't get to the adder in time. Wow, I'm really not good at this whole bashing a snake with a club. I don't really know how you can miss a snake in that sort of situation, but apparently I'm good at it. Let's see what it says with regards to my poison. Okay, so I'll lose one more hit point before the poison gets cured. Since I don't expect to fight any other enemies, I don't think I need to use that potion. Faded Altar of an Unknown God. I really should figure out, or I guess maybe read the wiki on whether or not there are drawbacks to worshipping the gods. Like, not specifically, but like, just general, if drawbacks exist. Yeah, okay, let's see. Natasha, Servant of Life and Death. A magical cat, once a powerful wizard's familiar, Natasha was abandoned after her master was consumed by the very necromantic forces he sought to control. Now she patrols the dungeon, taking a bloody vengeance with spell and claw upon any adventurer who crosses her path. This cat doesn't have 9 lives, but just one death isn't going to be enough to put her down for good. Okay, so... Okay, so this is definitely a dangerous enemy, but probably not dangerous to the point where she'd be impossible to win a fight against. It still doesn't look like a fight that I want to pick, though. So I'll hop away. Boing. And yeah, that didn't get to be the right area. So yeah, I want to avoid her if I can at all. Yeah, it's a short sword, war axe, dagger. Still looking for a long blade. Guess I only have one other spot to explore down here. Okay. Okay, that's it, and I'm not going to go confront the cat. That magical cat can be magical cat on their own. I like the descriptions that a lot of these enemies have. You know, it gives the unique enemies certainly feel like they have some kind of character to them. It doesn't seem to be very often that I see that kind of thing. You know, makes it more interesting than what it could be. Yeah, I got the goblin. And what is this? It's a long sword. Yep, I'm just checking. Long blades. So this is my new weapon. Pick that up, equip it. Let's see, what's this? Shift plus left click is a drop. Well, goodbye, club. Now that I have my aptitude for long blades. Why is that again? Skills enhanced by cross-training are in green. Does that mean that if I train short blades too, it will... Does that mean if I train short blades with long blades, that it improves both of them? I don't understand what that means. I guess that's something to look up in the wiki eventually, I suppose. Anyway, it's time for me to... Okay. Well, now that I have a more favorable weapon to use, yeah, I reached level 4. I feel clever. Apparently. I don't know why I feel clever. I guess when your intelligence goes up, that is the most appropriate way to feel. Of course, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me just feeling clever. Like, I don't know what that means if it's ooh, a goblin wielding a staff of death. It doesn't say anything about it. It looks harmless, but it has a staff of death. It says a goblin comes into view. It is wielding a staff of death. And the text is in red down there in the corner. I don't know how much that works. Okay. The goblin hits you with a staff of death. Okay, well. Okay. What is this? A staff of death. A staff that increases the power of necromantic spells cast by its wielder and protects them from negative energy. If the wielder is skilled in evocations and necromancy, they can inflict great pain on those living souls they strike, dealing negative energy damage which bypasses armor. Okay, so it's a stave. It's one-handed. Okay. I guess that goblin didn't have evocation and necromancy skills, so it couldn't use that pain effect on it. And then a bunch of text that is a quote from Osborne Bergen, how the Dagda got his magic staff. Medieval Studies in Memory of Gertrude Schopenhauer-Loomis, 1927. Okay. This is I guess it's a folk tale. I guess it's a folk tale from the ancient world in... What is that? I don't know what this would be. I guess the quote itself mentions Ireland. So I guess this is a folk tale from Ireland? Very brief one. Okay. That seems like a random quote to have in there. Anyway, I'm tempted to pick that up. Because it increases the power of necromantic spells. And I have a necromantic spell that I want to use eventually, maybe. So yeah. It's one-handed. So I think I can't use it along with this falchion. I guess you can only... It seems to me that you should be able to use a one-handed staff to focus spells with your offhand, but I think characters maybe can only use I think characters in this have a dominant hand by default. I wonder if there's a character attribute that allows you to be ambidextrous at some point. Like, I think I remember that being a thing, but I could be thinking of many other different games, possibly. Because, you know, there's about 50 different games that are all slightly different from each other. Or not necessarily slightly different from each other, but vary from each other in different ways that are all more or less based on the same design framework. So if you play one, you might think that you've played a bunch of others, even if you haven't. Oragu Sprog's Ghost. Yeah, this is a previous character I had. I remember this happening. Let's see, the apparition of Oragu Sprog the Covered, an amateur Minotaur artificer. Okay. It looks extremely dangerous. It is immune to poison and negative energy. It is intelligent. It can fly. Well, I guess a ghost being able to fly is pretty normal. It has a 98% chance to evade my weapon. I don't think I want to fight that guy. There's an adder, a bullfrog, 2 adders and a bullfrog in there with him. Fuming black potion. And a quote from Romeo and Juliet. Okay. Okay, I guess that's a pretty apt thing because the quote is apparently about drinking poison. And if you just drink a random potion in a dungeon, then that seems about as effective, or that seems about as smart as just drinking a bottle of poison. Hey, look, a magic ring. I remember going down 10 levels and never finding a ring just on the ground before. But now I find a ring, and it's on level 2 of the dungeon. Okay, ring of positive energy. Oh, I guess I'm level 3. Either way, you know. Better fortune. A ring that protects its wearer from the effects of negative energy. And I guess... Yep, it just makes me resist negative energy. Time to wear it. I don't know if there's any other negative energy that I'll find. I mean, I don't know which enemies actually use negative energy. I guess that cat that I found on the previous level probably uses negative energy. From the description of Natasha, the cat, I think negative energy use would be implied since it had that inflict pain spell, and it described their master succumbing to necromancy spells. Yeah, snuck up on the snake. Okay. I'm almost done exploring the level. I don't think I'll fight the ghost of Oragu Sprog. At least not until I gain some more levels and can be a little more confident that I won't have a 98% chance to miss attacks. Yeah, and then plus 0 leather armor. Yeah, I think it's the same thing. Okay. It's pretty much the same thing. I think, I'm not certain, but I don't think equipment in this game has a random chance to be cursed or blessed. Or have magic properties. I think everything just identifies as either cursed or blessed or magical right away. So I don't think I need to worry about, oh, is this random piece of armor that doesn't look like it's any different than the current armor I have actually better than it? Like, if this was NetHack, I'd have to worry. I'd have to at least consider that as a possibility. +2 dagger of Holy Wrath. That seems pretty good. But I'm not going to be using short weapons. A Howler Monkey skeleton comes into view. That looks like a humanoid skeleton, just small. Okay. Well, at least it's easy. At least the Howler Monkey skeleton isn't screaming. Yeah, my evocations is better now. I'm not sure if the spell power itself, I guess it doesn't tell me what the spell power is at for the spell that I have. Right, Wand of Charming has a quote from Dracula. Wand of Flame has a quote from Sheep, Their Breeds, Management, and Diseases, to which is added the Mountain Shepherd's Manual from 1837. Who's writing these? Who's selecting these quotes? The principle of selection is the magician's wand, by means of which he may summon into life whatever form and mold he pleases. What? I mean, I understand the idea of what they're saying. I mean, it's a metaphor for how, you know, selective breeding can create, I guess in this case, sheep that are that have properties that are interesting for the breeder, but like they're using magician's wand as a metaphor, and this random quote got stapled onto the Wand of Flame. I can't think of why a Wand of Flame's quote is tied to sheep of all things. But I guess that means that whatever this team is that created this game, I guess they are very well read because, you know, out of the reading I've done, I don't think I've ever looked up a 19th century sheep breeding manual. I don't know who is thinking that that's what they want to do. You know? I mean, obviously somebody thought it was a good idea, but I don't know what it is. Okay, so I think... Okay, so I think all this stuff is stuff that the shopkeeper's not going to tell me what it is. I already have leather armor, though. And that's the only thing I could afford that I think I would actually want to use. But yeah. I would have never thought to have that whole sheep breeder manual quote. I guess it is a bit interesting to have that. Let's see what my skills are. Armor, dodging. Let me look at all skills. Shields, I have a +1 aptitude for that. But I don't have any starting levels with it. So if I put points into that... Okay, my necromancy aptitude is -1, so I think that means I ultimately will not be using necromancy for this character. And I think summonings and ice magic are both. Let's see, the spells I picked up were, what, necromancy and hexes, I think? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to do any spell casting that's not from a wand. And I guess since I don't have any talent with shields, maybe well, I don't know, maybe I will pick that up and use it. Oh. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna use the shield. Yeah, I have an SH of 3 now. Really don't know if that's worthwhile, but I guess the fact that I have a shield, maybe I will put some points into that. I don't really know what the best thing is. Actually, I think I'll set a skill target for evocations at 5. Because I don't know how useful it is to have all of my... I don't know how useful it is to have all the amount of experience I get divided into this many different skills. Since my evocations is not as critically useful to me as fighting in combats. I think I'll leave that at level 5 at least relatively soon. That way I can have the opportunity to learn other stuff. Well, no way I'm affording any of this. I'm gonna look at what resist poison, resist negative energy, resist corrosion maybe? I know that when I was using acid spells it was saying that I corrode the enemies, but I don't even know what that means. Other than they get burned by acid. Well, I want to see what this Ring of Slaying means. Okay, examine. There we go. A ring that increases the wearer's accuracy and damage with ranged weapons and melee attacks. +4 Ring of Slaying. It affects your accuracy and damage with ranged weapons and melee. Okay. Life is too short to occupy oneself with the slaying of the slain more than once. Thomas Huxley. I guess don't think about people that are dead, I guess. Or if people are killed, consider it once and then move on, I guess. I guess that's what it is. Or what it's supposed to be. Well, I cannot buy any of those items. Okay. Well, an iguana is more deadly than a frilled lizard, so I think I'll potentially have trouble with it. Oh wow, 2 hit points? I didn't notice how in trouble I was. Well, I used the piece from Zom's chessboard. Oh. The iguana twists and deforms, the iguana bites you. I died. Well, that was too bad. 2 scrolls of acquirement, wow. Well, I wish I used those. At least I tried to resist the being killed. I guess I should have watched my hit points better. Well, that was kind of a bust. Ogrewy. You know what? That needs an M. Ogruim is my new character's name. Gargoyle Artificer. You know what? I'll go with it. Even though I just played an Artificer, I'm going to look at what skills a Gargoyle can do. Okay, so I guess they are bad at using short blades, long blades, axes, polearms. But a mace and a stave. I guess this kind of makes sense. Maybe gargoyles have like claws. Actually, it says unarmed combat is also 0. Wonder what gargoyles are supposed to be. Maybe they're supposed to be like big stone hands, so they're like clumsy, but they don't really have claws. Why do they have a negative aptitude for spellcasting, but then, and like most spells, but like this conjuration spell they have an aptitude for? I guess that just means they're bad at spellcasting, but or I guess that means that in general they aren't good at spellcasting, but the conjuration aptitude will cancel out the spellcasting penalty to make them, if you really want to be a spellcaster, be a conjurationist as a gargoyle. Okay, they can use bows and crossbows with fine aptitude. Invocations, +1. Evocations, minus. What is this race supposed to do? Because if they're like bad at almost everything and have a slight bonus to fighting conjuration, but everything else is a penalty. Oh, earth magic. They can also use earth magic, I guess. Okay, so it looks to me like they primarily... So if there was a class that this character could do that fits in line with its racial aptitudes, then I guess it would be a fighting worshipper that's stealthy and uses earth magic. So I guess they would worship an earth god. This seems like a pretty random assortment of skills. Especially considering that the bonus levels they get is in, what, fighting? They get some very basic bonuses as an artificer to fighting and stealth. Okay. Well, I'm gonna set it to manual mode. And wait, why do artificers not get any training? I guess the level that I had in Short Blades with the character I had before was because he was a frog, not because the class gives him the skills. I guess some of the skills are given by the race and some of them are given by the class. I assumed that it worked entirely by class before, but I guess not. And this particular race gets okay. AC5. Okay, I think AC5 is good for being Piece from Zom's chessboard. Okay, I think they have 2 AC because they're a gargoyle. Oh, they are immune to poison, I guess. Resist negative energy, resist electricity. Okay, those seem like some positive benefits to me. Yeah, it says here AC +2. Torment resistance, they resist pain too. Petrification resistance. Okay, I guess these are what they get. They're not as good at a variety of skills, but they at least have some resistances and immunities. Okay, I guess that makes sense as a kind of a trade-off. It's just if you look at the skills they have, they seem ridiculously weak at everything. I don't know what I want to do. Maybe I'll set a target for evocation. Wait. Oh, okay, this is me. Set a skill target. Evocation at 3. I guess this menu is showing what the targets are. But I can set a skill target at any point. What do I want to set? Oh, I don't know. Maybe I won't do that. Because I probably should pick a weapon of some kind. Mace flails. Because I don't think that splitting all of my training across multiple weapon skills is a good idea. I mean, I don't really know how much the weapon categories add to everything, but I'm going to be doing that. Bows, crossbows. Okay, well, eventually doing this enough, I hope to learn actually how to play this game correctly. Because after enough attempts, I guess I'll charm the... Oh. The charming effect is blocked by line of sight, I guess. The goblin struggles to resist. Does that mean the goblin resists my charming wand? The endoplasm struggles to resist. Okay, apparently the endoplasm doesn't like me either. Okay, I charmed the quokka. And it died right away because it was surrounded. Okay. Yikes. Well, I'm not doing well. You make a move on Zom's chessboard. The giant cockroach appears confused. Okay, that didn't do much for me. Oh, I already activated it, so it's temporarily inert, I think. Okay, well, I guess I will do this. The jackal closely misses me. Okay. Oh wow. I'm surprised I didn't die. A wand of flame. Okay, I killed the jackal. Oh. Giant cockroach. Yikes. Giant cockroach is moderately wounded. Okay, I'm just hitting it when it comes into melee. Okay. That was pretty close there. Okay, time for me to... could not run away from it in time. Well, use the wand of flame. Okay. I'm gonna have to figure out which of the weapon categories I want to use. Like if I find a staff, actually maybe I should use a staff. Because that seems like it'd be fun. Actually, wait a minute. That's what the skill categories do. So if I find a, because if I'm not good at spell casting, if I find a staff of conjuration that does extra stuff when you hit with conjuration, or a staff of earth, then I could train this together with staves and wind up with a good whatever the earth magic bonus is, or the earth stave bonus thing is. I think I like that idea. So I will pick to use staves, maybe, as soon as I actually pick up a stave. Because for now, I'll just train those defensive skills. It's a cloak. I don't know why the character didn't pick that up right away when I was doing the auto explore. Oh, maybe I never pressed the auto explore button when the cloak was near me. Okay. Woo! I'm surprised that I did not get killed earlier. I guess the fact that my gargoyle was fairly well armored. Well, I mean, not fairly well armored, really, but the fact that my gargoyle has naturally tough skin allowed me to survive that. Okay. +0 dagger. It's resistant to unholy torment. Yeah. This all seems like pretty neat stuff. I like how the little gargoyle icon seems to have tiny little wings. I don't know how visible that is, but I like how the gargoyle icon has little tiny wings, but nowhere does it say the character can fly. Which makes perfect sense. Not like a creature like that would be able to fly. They're just purely decorative wings. killed the python. Yeah, killed the python again. There's just all sorts of critters in this place. Mostly pythons, rats, and goblins. Okay, let's see. I guess I will increase... I wonder if dexterity improves your chance to hit. I think I'll increase strength. Okay. Okay, I've explored everywhere. Well, I did not find a staff. And I did not find any... Oh, there we go. I'll use a dagger of venom. I wonder if fighting improves your accuracy or if it's only improved by the weapon category you use. Well, for now I will just equip it, and hopefully I will be able to hit with this weapon. Is good enough, hopefully, to hit with it. So I can survive at least a little while without absolutely needing to put points into it to train the skill. Yeah. Oh yeah, that worked great. I poisoned the adder for once. Oh, and actually I was running away because I didn't want to be poisoned by them, but I forgot. Gargoyles are apparently immune to poison. How fitting that I would have a poison weapon then. That is unusual. Okay. I don't know why worms are as tough as they are, but that seems like it looks easy. 2% chance to evade my +2 dagger of venom. I guess I'll go fight it then, because I don't know why its AC is measured in plus and mine is measured in numbers. I guess the number is a specific thing, and its AC is gonna be like, oh, it has armored plates on its body, kind of thing, where it looks like it's where my character can't really tell how ultimately difficult it would be to hurt them. But the numbers exist for me because I have a better idea about if I have scale mail or leather armor. I can handle it personally and get a better feel for what the protective value of it is, or how protective it would be. Okay, pair of boots. They are worn on the feet and cover all but the largest hooves and talons. Okay, well, yeah, that's interesting that they could cover hooves. I guess it would make sense, because if you had hooves, you could still wear shoes. You just have to, like, secure them to your ankles better. Never really thought of that. I guess you could sort of get talons in there. They'd just be a little bit cramped inside, but still kind of work depending on how the talons are arranged. I wouldn't have thought boots would be something that a gargoyle could wear, though. I guess the description doesn't say that they have claws anywhere. Wait, AC +3. Did my AC go up? Because I'm pretty sure that was a 2 earlier. Yeah, it was a 2 earlier because my base armor was 3 and I started at 5. So apparently they get more resistant to damage as they level up. They're their racial body armor goes up. Okay, I think that's a pretty good deal then. First I was wondering, like, how are you supposed to even survive with this character, but I think this makes a lot of sense. Yeah, armor of 6 compared to my 3, so it doubles armor. Okay, that's pretty good then. Well, my AC is 12 now. I think this is probably off to a much better start than the previous character was. A human skeleton in a robe. Altar of an unknown god. A bunch of mushrooms and random plants. Okay, I think this is pretty good. I'm a heavily armored gargoyle that's running around with a dagger of venom. I mean, I guess I'm not too heavily armored, but I'm a lot more armored than a lot of my previous characters have been. What with either wearing no armor at all or only having the basic armor and picking up a shield moments before dying. Because I actually have shoes. Or boots. Imagine you go into a dungeon that's filled with monsters trying to get a relic and you don't even bother to pick up shoes before entering. It seems like, well, I mean, you're never well equipped when you start in games like this. But at the very least, you'd think that you'd want to put on some shoes. It would be interesting, though, to see a game that's of this style where you do start off well equipped, but circumstances of the dungeon cause you to lose some of your equipment as you proceed. Sort of like the reverse of this kind of situation, where all of your gear starts off terrible, and then you acquire more gear as you progress. Like, wouldn't it be interesting to have the situation be where as you're caving you lose equipment, and then the fact that you've lost some equipment makes it so that you have to supplement your journey forward with whatever skills your character gains along the way. Like, I could see that being an interesting mechanic. Maybe the game stays relatively similar in difficulty the whole way through, but your equipment degrades or you lose it or get injured, and you have to make up the power loss there by considering the power loss of or considering your upgrades that you get as a player. Okay. Okay, there's somebody invisible there. And I think before I clicked off it was Jessica, I think. So I'll try to paralyze her. Nothing appears to happen. You hit something but do no damage. How do I know I didn't? You feel a bit more experienced. Well, I killed somebody invisible, that's great. How do I know that? Like, how did I know I hit something but deal no damage? Oh well. Yes, I think the enemy name was Jessica before they turned invisible, and then I couldn't read anything about them. I think I fought a Jessica before. Anyway, I think it'd be interesting to have a situation like that in a game. Where your armor and gear actually gets worse the further you get in the game, but your character level goes up. But armor degradation and item degradation, I think, is a difficult thing to make enjoyable in games. I don't know why that is exactly, but usually when I see armor degradation in a game, I don't like it too much. It kind of depends though, because sometimes it works better than other times. Like a game that recently got remastered was Diablo 2, and I think Diablo 2 had the every time you go to town you have to repair all your gear. And I don't think that really added much of anything to the game. It just made it so that so that every time you went to town you had to go to a certain area and click around, and it just kind of added pointlessness to it. I don't know. But like those mechanics, the only reason they seem to exist most of the time is to provide you some idea of simulated realness. But in practice, all it really does is makes you do more trivial busy work that you're not really making any decisions. You're just spending money that you found, and it reduces the impact of loot that you encounter in the wild. And I mean, one thing it did was make it so that if you find a piece of gear you liked, it could encourage you to go back to town. That way you could repair it. But it was pretty rare that the repair number was low enough that it encouraged you to go to town any particular time. But anyway, so the idea of having good equipment that degrades over time seems like it would have the problem of, not being fun to play. Which I think a lot of games, hunger and thirst mechanics kind of feel a similar way. They have there's something difficult about them to balance correctly to make them fun. But I don't think that kind of thing is normally thought about when people put them in those games. I think a lot of times people just put them in because they think they should have them in there. Which, is one of the things I like about this game is you don't need to worry about hunger. Anyway, Robin of the Strong Arm. A mountain hobgoblin recently come in search of the legendary orb. Not foolhardy or reckless enough to delve into the depths of the dungeon alone, Robin has built a small army of minions. Potential competitors will quickly find a stream of screaming goblins flying towards them. Wow, this is somebody that's actually smart. Although they have an ability to throw ally. Wow, they can throw him 7 tiles away. That's pretty good. I guess he's bigger than the rest of his companions. I guess the nickname of the Strong Arm is pretty appropriate. Well, it's good that the game acknowledges that that guy's not stupid enough to go into the dungeon alone. Although it sure makes me as a lone gargoyle feel a lot more ridiculous. Considering that I certainly ventured into the dungeon alone. Oh yeah, went up a level. And why was he just sitting in this random room with the door closed? Hey, I got a helmet. Animal skin. A large piece of thick skin covered in fur cut from the corpse of an animal and worn as a primitive garment. It offers rudimentary protection against harm, but having never been tanned, it carries a light stench of rotting flesh. And it came off of Robin. I don't know how prepared that guy was, considering that he entered the dungeon with... Yeah. I really don't understand that. And hey, look, a quote from a book that's over 100 years old. Do these people, like, open random books that are, like, over 100 years old and flip to a random page and then read it so that they can put a quote in this game? Because it really seems like that might be what they're doing. I mean, it's either that or they really are hobbyists that read these esoteric books and they're like, you know what? You know what this game needs on this description of a helmet? They need a, you know, you know what this helmet entry is missing? A quote from the 1856 version of the Farmer's Almanac regarding cloud shapes, you know. That's what this description of a helmet is missing. And then when they release the next version of the game, it'll have that, just because that's the quote that came to mind. And it'll be a quote about how if a cloud looks like a helmet, then and it's heading towards you, then that could be a thunderstorm coming your way. And it's like, well, it mentions a helmet, but how did that quote ever come to mind for what that is? An extra point of armor. That's great. Okay. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. My little icon is getting more added to it. Ogruim the Covered. I guess they said that the name, somebody told me the name of it was based on what my highest level skill is. Guess my highest skill is armor, so seems appropriate. But it looks like my little character icon has a crown on it, and then boots that don't... a block of white with a little drawing of boots on it for the feet. I think the character graphic there might be a little glitchy for the feet. The rest of it looks good. I don't know why I have a crown on, considering that the helmet doesn't look like a crown, but maybe that's just what Gargoyle's helmet gear looks like in the code. Which, you know, I think in terms of a helmet, I think a crown fits a gargoyle just fine. Like, I think I'd prefer that over having the attempt to render this particular style of armor on a little icon. Of course, all these icon graphics are really small, so they're very limited in what they can do. Okay. I guess before I commit to fighting Terrence, I should probably see what Terrence is. Let's see, Terrence the Incautious, a violent murderer who kills for both pleasure and profit. Terrence has been forced into hiding after a botched job. There's a price on his head, and he can't afford to leave anyone who sees him alive. How does that make sense, considering that he's apparently on the same team as goblins and kobolds. I guess goblins and kobolds don't care, but I still think the dungeon is probably has mind control powers and just forces everything to work on the same team to repel intruders. Sort of like it's got a autoimmune system. Whoa. Terran zaps a 1, you turn into a bat. Oh, my... Okay. All of my armor melded into my body, and I lost my weapon. Bat form, flying very quick. Fast flying, no castness. I still have my AC plus 4, except my AC is 0 now. Not plus 4. I guess maybe that modification isn't, I guess that modification isn't available right now. Wonder how long the bat form thing lasts for. Well, I guess I'm not resistant against polymorph. But I am fast, so I think I will run away real quick. Oh. Terrence died from the poison that I had inflicted on him. That works, I think. The human corpse of Terrence. Scale mail. Okay, that's the same scale mail that I have, a falchion. I think the +2 dagger venom is clearly better. Okay, well. Wait a little while. I think the bat form will... I'll revert after a while. Okay, the transformation's almost over. I was just gonna run away from him until whatever, but... I'm glad that I didn't need to do that. Because I wouldn't have liked to run away from him until I needed to enter melee again, but I guess the poison finished him off. Okay, I'm doing pretty decently this time, I think. I mean, I don't know how far in the game is where the end of the game is. Like, I've never watched anybody play this game to its completion, but I have watched somebody play the completion of NetHack, and that has something like 25 levels, dungeon levels, with a couple of sub areas. You know, so NetHack has pretty long campaign. I think people that are good at it take a couple hours to beat NetHack if they know what they're doing. But, you know, NetHack, you also have to be more cautious and self-aware than this game. In this game, I mean, it's a roguelike. All roguelikes you have to be somewhat cautious in. That's what their primary appeal is that it's a game type that requires a lot more focus to play correctly and do well at. And that's like the core, I would say that's probably like the core defining feature of a roguelike, is that it requires you to be a lot more cautious and considerate with your actions because of the nature of you lose all your progress if you make a mistake, or you potentially can lose all your progress by making a mistake. Crazy Youth, the Enlightened. It's a crazy gnoll with the Santa Claus beard. 19 hit points and has a 32% chance to evade my attacks. I might be able to defeat him, and maybe I'll get the +1 cloak from him. I think I'll try this. Open the door. He hits me but does no damage. Yeah, I beat him. Okay. Quarterstaff of Chaos and a cloak. Yeah, doing pretty good. Okay, so AC's 15. Drop that cloak. What is this? A sturdy wooden pole meant for fighting. Each time it hits an enemy, it has a different random effect. This two-handed weapon can be enhanced to +9. This thing does not have a year. Oh, okay. I get why this doesn't have a year for the book. That's probably like an ancient folk tale. Okay. Anyway. 10 base attack damage. Base accuracy 3. Base accuracy 6. Base damage 4. So I think what I want to do is I will switch to using the Quarterstaff of Chaos, but only after I train staves. I just want to make sure yeah, it is staves. Okay. So I will indeed use staves. That will be my main category of weapon. And then, since I don't have, I guess there's no chaos magic, and it basically just says it will cause a random effect whenever it hits. I don't need to be skilled in anything in order to use it. So, yeah. Well, so I will switch to that after I gain a level or two of quarterstaff fighting. Because I think the accuracy of my dagger is probably better, even though I do more damage with this. It's probably better to hit and then also poison enemies than it would be to just do more damage on hits. But wow, all these maces everywhere. I guess crazy UF collected maces, and he scattered them equally over the floor in all these little chunk spaces. I guess that's what made him crazy. He was a mace collector. Okay, and I really like this setup that I have. Okay. Haha. Ooh. What are those, gnolls? Okay. I think probably I should be able to defeat these guys, but I won't go fight them. I won't go fight them in a big group. I want to try to not fight all of them at once. Ooh, strength, intelligence, dexterity, strength. I think strength is definitely the thing I want to use. I really should look up if dexterity influences your ability to hit, or if just strength does it. Because I could see an argument either way. Maybe both of them influence it. Okay, so Flail of Holy Wrath. Well, and I just committed to using staves, so even though I think flails were the other thing that these, yeah, flails are the other thing that they have some affinity for. Or I shouldn't say some affinity or aptitude or whatever, but wait, what? Why is it in green? Does... Okay. These were a 0 earlier. I guess... What? They still show up in green. What if I do that and then open it again? Yeah, they still show up in green. Is that because... trying to figure it out. Is that because if I put points into level into staves, it like makes me better at related skills? That must be what that is. I wonder if it works if I put points into these, it also makes me better at staves. I guess if it works like that, then it isn't a complete waste to not just focus on one category. I think I can understand that. That seems like a pretty worthwhile thing. Okay. Well, that's probably something I should try to look up the wiki for at some point. But I shouldn't worry about that for now. Okay, I explored everywhere. How much gold do I have now? 126. I don't know if I saw the shops with this character earlier, or if that was the previous one who died, but I don't think I have enough gold to really buy anything. Okay, let's see what this is. Oh, right. The one that's the pair of twins. A beautiful but vain deep elf, with an aptitude for magic and little else. Okay, his skills are the perfect complement of his twin sister Duvessa's fighting prowess. Okay, well, I'm right in melee with him, so there's no better time to use this than now. Or to try to attack him than now. Okay. Doan looks as sick as possible. Doan is moderately wounded. Okay. Let's see what this says. 32% chance to evade. 36 hit points. 24. I think I will try to attack Doan once more. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. I guess if he's as sick as possible, maybe I can attack Duvessa now. I thought Doan was going to attack me from range. I guess not? Okay, well. Because I'm a little more worried about the enemy that can attack me at range than I am. Okay. And Wand of Paralysis. Okay, my armor skill went up. I guess my paralysis spell didn't work, but the other guy died, so I'm happy about that. 0.12 hit points regenerated a turn. Juvessa went berserk. Okay. Yikes. Guess I'll use a potion. Oh, potion of curing. That was worthwhile. I'll use this potion too. You feel attractive to monsters. Attractive? Okay. Okay. Juvessa is injured and poisoned. So there is a chance that I can win this. Okay, I did not win. Okay, Berserk, fast, strong, very poisoned. Okay, I probably should have used the curing instead. Well, I mean, definitely should have used it because I died. Oh well. I was thinking maybe if I could have killed that one of the twin pair, I would have stood a chance against the other, but I forgot they get a power boost when you kill one of them, I think. Like I said, I've played this a long time ago. Or I've said it before that I played it a long time ago, and I seem to remember that being a thing that they did. Potion of magic. Oh, a potion of heal wounds, that would have been useful. Because I think potion of heal wounds is more effective than... It, like, does a lot. Ogruin the Covered. Okay. I'm gonna be Lappy. I think this might be my last character that I'll play for today. But let's see. Formicid Air Elementalist. Yes, I am a Formicid Air Elementalist. Let's see what Formicids are good at. Let's see, Formicid is bad at air magic, bad at conjuration, and since I am an air elementalist, those are my two things. Okay. They're good at earth and poison magic. Evidently, transmutations. Invocations. Wow, an air elementalist is good at worshipping a god? That's good, I guess. Dodging is a skill they have. Okay, I'm gonna go to manual mode. Okay. I think this is a suitable arrangement of things. I will mostly be trying to use magic, and since I have no bonuses or really aptitudes with any of the fighting, except for just the fighting skill. Okay, this does say okay. Increases accuracy and damage in physical combat and also increases maximum health. Oh, okay. That seems useful. But okay, that's good. So fighting does increase accuracy and damage in combat. So it's a bonus that applies to, and let's see. I will look at this. Attack more quickly with all weapons and also increase accuracy and damage. Okay, so that's good to know. Do I want a description of anything else? I think I have a general idea of what everything else does. But weapon categories increase the speed of attacks. Yeah, accuracy, damage, and attack speed when unarmed. It also allows you to occasionally punch with your offhand as an additional melee attack, provided your hand is free to do so. That's interesting. So if I only have a one-handed weapon and no shield equipped, having unarmed combat trained could be useful, even if I have like a sword, because it would allow me to punch. That's interesting to know that. Well, in any case, even though my dodging... Okay, so I think this is basically going to be a pretty short-lived character. Let's see, dig, shaft self. Dig allows me to tunnel through soft rock and rusted grates. Activating the ability has no cost and simply prepares you to start digging. Once active, moving into a wall will start tunneling. Doing so makes some noise and it is a little slower than walking. Once active, activating the ability again or making a non-digging movement action will cancel the dig status. Okay, shaft self. Sends you to a random position 1 to 3 floors down as if you jumped into a shaft trap. It takes some time to dig the shaft. Okay. So is a formicid an ant humanoid? Because I think there's a D&D monster called a Formian that is an ant humanoid creature. And if the formicid is named after a Formian, antenna, 4 strong arms, dig shafts and tunnels, permanent stasis. I don't know what permanent stasis means. Okay. Okay, cannot be hasted, slowed, berserked, paralyzed, or teleported. Okay, so I think it is supposed to be based on Formians. So yeah. Okay. I think this is see invisible because of the antenna. 4 strong arms and can wield 2-handed weapons with a shield. I guess that makes sense. So yeah. But they're just called instead of being called a Formian, they're called a Formicid because I think Formian is a copyright. It's owned by the D&D company. But okay, I guess that makes sense that, what is this? If it's an ant creature, wait. Training, there we go. I guess if it's an ant creature, I don't know what them having an aptitude for poison magic makes sense, but wait, why are they good at hexes? I don't know. Earth magic. Yeah, having an aptitude for earth magic makes sense to me. If they're like an ant creature that is good at digging, it seems like that maybe could make sense. Oh well. I am not an earth magic user though. I am a air elementalist. Oh, I failed that spell. Because apparently I'm a very bad magic user. Well, that's what happens when you're an ant and you decide, I'm going to specialize in flying magic. Oh, I don't have enough magic points. At least I have 3 magic points. Okay, and the only thing I have in my repertoire is a robe. Yikes. Okay. Okay, that's good. So this spell bounces on walls, apparently. Yeah. Okay, so I lucked out there because the chamber that or the area that I was just standing, I hit the enemy with the electric bolt. It bounced against the wall and then it came back and hit him again and killed him the second time. But yeah, I almost died right there. Yikes. Wow. The robe has an armor rating of 2? Guess it must be a large, loose-fitting, wide-sleeved outer garment made of light cloth. It offers little protection against physical harm, but does not hinder evasion or spellcasting. I don't know, I would not think that... Because I think the leather armor provided 3 armor, and, you know, 3 is definitely higher than 2, but I don't know what it is. I wouldn't think it'd be that much. Or I wouldn't think it'd be that minor of a difference. What am I sensing? A sensed monster? Apparently the antenna does more than just allow me to see invisible. It allows me to see through walls or something? I don't know. Okay. Static discharge and airstrike. I think... I wonder if there's any reason that... I wonder if there's any reason why I would specifically not want to learn earth magic or poison magic. I mean, other than the fact that I can't cast them right now because I don't have any. I wonder if there's a reason why if I found, good poison magic, like a spell book of it, just randomly, like, is there a reason I wouldn't want to train it up and then just switch to mostly just using poison magic? Because the aptitude for it is much higher? I don't know. I should really read the wiki at some point. So that I can just know these basic questions about what I'm doing. Oh, that was, wait, why was I attacking and make them in melee? I don't know why I was doing that. I should have cast well, I don't know if casting the spells on him would have been as effective. I do only have 3.3 magic points, so maybe that's not necessarily what I want to be doing. Well, anyway. Now I'll cast. I miscast it, and he didn't wake up, fortunately. Moderately wound the goblin. Run away. I wonder how likely it is that my ability to sense enemies will work. Okay. Well, time to run away. Okay. Yes, level 2. Wow, I got 2 magic points off of gaining a level. I have no idea how much the maximum magic is determined by levels, but I thought I only gained like 1 magic point per level or something. Okay. I feel a little bit better about my ability to was it this? Yeah. This spell bounces off the wall, so it seems like a pretty good situation to be in. Actually, I won't cast it. Okay, now I can hit both of them with my magic zap. Yeah. I like this, bouncing it off the walls like that. Oh, that's a blue robe. Okay, it's a different icon, but it's just a different color. It doesn't have any other difference. Okay. It's pretty good that I'm able to, I wonder if the health regen and magic regen rates are determined by my maximum or if it's something else. Well, yeah, another thing for me to look up on the wiki at some point. Okay, I needed to move so that the magic spell didn't bounce back and hit me. Okay. Yeah, I killed the frilled lizard, even though... I tried to see if the... I tried to see if the path of the bolt could hit both the bat and the lizard, but it didn't seem like it could before. But even though I only targeted the bat, okay, I see. It must have been exactly in the right thing so that when it was, where was it? I guess before it was exactly in the right spot to be able to actually hit it. Okay. Well, bats are really hard to hit, apparently. Okay. Okay, the bounce killed the bat. Okay. Doing pretty good. Okay. Yeah, killed the frilled lizard. And there's a ring up here. Oh wait, that's deep water. I can't go through deep water. And you can't swim, I think. Okay, Ring of Fire. Brings its wearer more in contact with the powers of fire. It grants resistance to heat and enhances fire magic, but causes vulnerability to cold. Okay, well, I don't have any fire magic, but I'll take the resistance to heat. Why not? If a lizard is nearby. Okay, I'll do that. Got heavily wounded. Reach level 3. Increase something. I'll increase intelligence. Because that seems like the best thing to increase for a magic user. Okay. Static discharge. We'll forego that for now. I'll probably start using, or I'll probably start memorizing that spell. Because there's no real reason I can think of not to. It doesn't seem to help me too much to save spell levels if I don't actually use the spell levels for much. Because it seems to me that most of the time these failure rates are high enough that they preclude me from making much use of those spells, regardless. Although it only uses air magic, and like I probably need like 5 levels or something in spellcasting and air magic to make my failure rate for that low enough to actually use it. Okay. I killed the bat. This antenna sensing is a little bit weird that it can work through walls. I guess antennas in fiction are usually something that gives you near psychic magical powers. Yeah, my stealth skill went up. Oh, yikes. Well, at least... Okay. At least I get a warning if there's another creature about to come around the corner. Yeah, I got that giant cockroach. I hit it twice because of the angle. I like this bouncing spell. Seems remarkably useful. Okay, I've explored everywhere. It's just a short sword. I don't really have much of anything. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Keep defeating the enemies right when I have one left. Right when I have one magic left. I'm level 4. I feel clever. Hmm. 12%. I think maybe the point in which I want to consider using the skill is maybe when it gets below 10%. That's probably the best thing to do, I would think. Ring mail. Cloak. I think maybe I will... Let me look at what cloaks actually do. Armor rating 1. Okay, on this it says encumbrance rating. But this doesn't give an encumbrance rating. I would think the encumbrance rating would be 0, but... No, it doesn't even say it when I wear it. I think I'll just assume that it says this is from the 16th century. Okay. But I'm gonna hope that that makes my encumbrance rating still 0. Does it say encumbrance here? Okay, well, I don't really know what encumbrance does. It just seems like it's probably not a good idea to have an encumbrance for a spell user. Oh, I miscast that spell. Okay. Okay. Use the bounce. Okay. I was trying to use the fact that the spell would bounce to help me kill it. Okay, the worm apparently regenerates health faster than my strategy of running away and was working for. Okay. Hmm. Okay, so I guess my sensing doesn't always work. It's just usually it works. Okay, let's see. Okay, hopefully bouncing the spell off the wall here will let me kill this. Okay, I got it. Used almost all my magic. A rat skeleton? What is that? Oh, okay. That's a granite statue. Yeah, Percy Bysshe Shelley. I know this Ozymandias quote because it's pretty neat. It's a nice thing to put on a described worn away statue, partially worn away statue. I thought that was a monster when I first saw it. Okay. Wait, what is that? It's a spectral quarterstaff. Okay, I think I want to actually pick up the quarterstaff. Let's see what it says. When its wielder attacks, the weapon's spirit leaps out and strikes again. The spirit shares a part of any damage it takes with its wielder. Okay, so well, I don't have a weapon, so I will at least equip the weapon. I don't know if I want to. I guess I'm a magic user, and if I find a stave that's more worthwhile to use. Well, let's see. I guess they have an aptitude for fighting, but no aptitudes for any weapons. And I guess I'm not too likely to be using weapons. I think for now I'll continue to I'll just continue with my current training distribution. Eventually, though, I'll get a little more risky in how I decide to go about whatever my particular character training options are. Wait, why was I starting to run into melee? Don't want to do that. Okay. But eventually I'll start making decisions that are more particular. I want to dig. You can't dig through that. Okay. It says I extend my mandibles. Let's dig through this. You extend your mandibles. You dig through the rock wall. I guess I just can dig wherever. You retract your mandibles. Okay, well, that's, I don't know what I'd ever use this digging for, because I guess it does say that it's slower than walking, so it's not like I could use it to escape very efficiently. Although I think maybe if I do use it to escape, maybe that's what it's useful for. Either way, I think that's an unlikely skill for me to use. This shaft self seems like it'd probably be a little better. Just because if I'm cornered and I have a few turns, I can use it to definitely run away. Well, I guess if I know where an escape route is, I could use the dig ability to dig towards it. That might be better. It's mostly just useful for escape, it seems like. Okay. Well. Hmm. Okay, hopefully bouncing it off the wall helps. Okay, I got it. That seemed like it was pretty close. Okay. An Oophatubus? A chattering and shrieking minor demon. An Oophatubus I have no idea what that's supposed to be. It's blue, and it looks like it has a beak and antenna. So apparently it's some kind of small bird demon, I think. Which, okay, I can get that. I don't know what that color of bird has to seem with like a demon, but whatever. What is my magic regeneration? Once every 9 turns? Okay. Guess I'll use a scroll to just see. Okay. It's a scroll of teleportation. Oh. And that's right, I have the status where I can't be... What is it? I can't be teleported. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think it's pretty unlikely that... Oh, okay. I don't have to actually fight them. But if I dig through this wall, then I'd just be able to fight one at a time. Whatever they are. Maybe that's what I should do. I'm level 4. Kind of close to halfway to the next level. My magic abilities are training pretty slow. Still not below 10%. I think I don't want to bother with it unless it's below 10%. I get the feeling that this character is not going to be able to survive for very much longer. I'm not sure I want to commit myself to fighting that many enemies. Even if they all die in one casting of the spell, I probably don't have enough magic to fight all of them. I'll read that scroll. Oh, okay. Scroll of Enchant Armor. Guess I'll enchant the cloak. My cloak glows green for a moment. There we go. Okay. I have an extra point of armor. That definitely seems worthwhile. Okay, this is a much better circumstance. I got poisoned. Okay. What is my failure rate with this? 8%? Wow. Yep. So, as an ant with air magic, I'm not very good at all. Still. Let me see this. What is this? 47% chance to evade. I guess I still have a pretty good chance of hitting it with my weapon, even though I have no training. Not that I want to have risk it fighting me, but I guess my chance to hit it is still pretty good. I wonder what that time stat does, if it does anything other than indicate, like, how fast the turns are going. Like, do events happen at a fixed time in the world? Like, if it gets to 20,000 or something, is there something that happens somewhere that affects me? I don't really know. That might just be an indicator of, for my own sake. It says 1.0. Maybe that indicates the amount of time it took me to do my last action. That might be what it is. Because I just cast a spell, so And then I'm taking 1 turn to wait. I'm going to dig 1, see if walking. Okay, 1.2. So I think that means that it takes 0.2 more than movement to dig there. That's interesting to know. I guess 1.2 isn't that bad. I mean, it does say it's yeah, it's a little slower than walking. It's not as slow as walking though, or it's not that much slower than walking. It's actually remarkably quick to dig through the wall. But it's good to know. That's a bit of information that I think will help me. Probably not during the rest of this run, but certainly in future runs, if I want to know how quickly I am doing things, I can look there. That'll certainly give me a better idea of how slow I am when I'm slow, or how fast I am when I'm fast. 2 rats. I guess this is... There is other places to explore, so I'll go there first. And I hope I didn't wake them up. Scroll of teleportation. Okay, the enemies aren't there. Wonder what the scroll of teleportation is grayed out. Maybe that means that the game automatically knows which category of usefulness the item is. As in, it's kind of useless to me, because I think as long as I have stasis, that is effectively just a wasted turn. It still automatically picks them up, though. Okay. Mier's General Store. And I guess, wow, 19 stones for 26 gold? I would think that the gold pieces would be better to use. A tin of tremor stones. I'm going to look at what that is. A scent of dormant magnetic earth elementals in the form of tiny, very heavy pebbles. When released, the elementals are drawn magnetically to the center of nearby monsters, where they literally explode with rage at their rest being disturbed. Tremor stones usually land slightly off target, and the user is always at risk of being hit. However, armor is extremely effective at repelling the lightweight fragments of rocks from a tremor stone's explosion, so a well-armored wielder has little to fear. Evocation skill increases the number of explosions. Once activated, this device and all other devices of its kind are rendered temporarily inert. However, they recharge as you gain experience. That's a interesting item. Ring of poison resistance. +1 plate armor of cold resistance. Well, I guess I could buy the armor, but or the whip, but I don't know why I'd buy either of them, considering that I can get a whip for free near that faded altar earlier, or I can, well, the armor is not going to be useful to me. And I really don't know why I'd buy the stones for 26 gold. That seems like it's a little bit excessive. Okay, back to running around. Yeah, killed the frail blizzard. Contaminated with magic. Level 5. Yeah, I missed the null. Okay, I hit him with my staff. That's good. Well, I'm level 5. I think the failure was at 12% last level. So I think my character level does determine the, I think my character level does determine the actual, ability to cast spells reliably. Large runes, translucent door. Hmm. Okay, I got it. What? Blue smoke. A cloud of colored smoke, harmless except to the asthmatic. Okay, I think this is just a chamber where there's smoke in it, because this is a shrine to the Chaos God. Short Sword of Chaos, Rapier of Chaos. A Dagger of Chaos. Poison Darts. Yeah, this is apparently just a chamber that's filled with blue smoke and has a shrine to the Chaos God inside it. That's a pretty random thing to find. Like, normally you don't see any colored smoke. Your life force feels restored. My life force was drained? Did that happen because I was in the Chaos Altar or Temple? I guess this kind of seems like it's a temple. I mean, it's got stone walls all around, and it's got that opaque, or that translucent door. I mean, I guess in terms of it being a, any kind of structure, kind of seems like it's some special chamber that exists. So yeah, I think that's supposed to be a temple. But hey, all of my magic ability went up. 10% chance of failure, 7% chance of failure. And I think for now I'll wait a little longer. Just because even if I do memorize that spell, I don't think I'll want to be using it. Actually, I should look what that does from the description. Oh right, that's the short range zappy spell, so I have to be in melee. It bypasses armor. And it also doesn't tell me how much damage it deals. I found 4 Atropa tipped darts. Okay, it is tipped with a substance that causes blindness and brief confusion. The chance of successfully applying its effect increases with throwing and stealth. Oh. Stealth increases your ability to poison? I guess maybe stealth is a catch-all term for that. I guess I'll grab it. I mean, I don't think I'll be using it at any point, but I guess that's something that I'll consider if I'm out of magic and not going to just run away. Well, let's see. I guess I'll risk trying to fight the swarm of rats. Wait, what? That spectral quarterstaff. Spirit drawn from a weapon, it never strikes on its own. Damage done to it will be partially mirrored onto the caster. Okay. So I guess it appears as a figure next to me. Okay. That was interesting to see that. Yeah, they're still asleep. Some of them were, at least. Okay, that was a lot easier than I was expecting it to be. I was expecting that to be more of a difficult thing. But then again, I guess I didn't have any way to know whether or not those would be goblins or just rats before I went in there. And kill the gnoll. Kill the gnoll. Okay. Oh, I don't have magic for it. Okay, I was able to get them with the quarterstaff that I have. Okay. You know, I did not think I would be able to handle this. Or I didn't think the character would survive this long. I guess, you know, I am trying to be cautious. But still. Wait, all that smoke appears because of the spectral quarterstaff. Because it was briefly around, and then when it disappeared, it generated all that smoke. Guess that must be what it is. A phantom is nearby. A nearly transparent undead spirit suspected by some sages to be a degenerate form of ghost with no memories of its former life. It rarely stays in one place for long. It looks extremely dangerous. Okay, it can hit for up to 10 damage to blink together with the defender if any damage is dealt. So if it hits me, it can blink along with. Okay, that seems like it's not gonna be very good for me. Okay. Well, I will attempt to fight it, I guess. Even though it seems to have more points than is good for me to fight. Wow, it's really not working for me to fight this. I think I just want to run away. Well, luckily the phantoms can't go upstairs, I guess. Yeah, killed the kobold. Okay, now it's time to go. Okay. Well, I think I'm going to run away. Hopefully the phantom will not find me. Okay. Well, I barely managed to kill the iguana. Used all my magic to do it, but I did it. %9 failure chance. I'm gonna go for that now. Okay. Hopefully that does more damage so that if I am forced to get into melee range, I can have a better chance of doing good damage. Okay. Well, I guess I'll use my damage spell. Struck by an arc of lightning. You are struck by an arc of lightning. That doesn't seem like a very good spell for me to use when there's only one enemy nearby. Because if it arcs to anyone, it'll arc to me. Well, at least I was able to hurt it a little. Ooh, wow. I can't believe I did it. I killed the scorpion. What is this? Green crystal wall? Makes it reflect heat and cold. Okay. Okay, whatever that is, it's just wandering around. Just gonna hide until my hit points are maxed out. Okay. Okay, whatever that's wandering around, it's not. It's not the scorpion. Oh, it's a phantom. Well, I don't think I want to fight it. I guess I will kill the scorpion. Yeah. At least my dodging skill went up, I guess. Yeah, it just looks dangerous instead of extremely dangerous. I think it was extremely dangerous before. Okay. And trying to run away. I guess I'll try to cast my lightning spell on the ghost. Okay, lightning apparently hurts the phantoms. I would not think that lightning would be good against phantoms, but apparently they are. Or it is. It's better than this shock spell, though. Static discharge. I keep hitting myself with it, though, too. Okay. So I'll try to swing my weapon at it. The Phantom is almost destroyed. Oh yes, I was able to hit the Phantom with my stick. And it got destroyed. So that's definitely definitely some good progress there. I'm surprised that it actually worked for me. Okay. Let's see what that is. Oh, Howler Monkey Skeleton. Well, that isn't too difficult to encounter. If I can have my spell actually work. Seems to be doing minimum damage every time. Okay. What is this? Oh, okay, it's the entrance to the Ecumenical Temple. Well, I don't think I want to risk the wrath of any of the gods, so I think I will avoid it. Okay, there we go. The Null Shaman mumbles some strange prayers to its god against you. You easily resist. Okay. Hey, got healed by its god. Okay. Here we go. Yeah. War Axe of Electrocution. That seems... Let's see what it says. A military axe with a long haft and a single-bladed head. It occasionally discharges a powerful burst of electricity upon striking a foe. Okay. I think I want to read one of these scrolls. Scroll of Identify. I am happy to have that. Okay, Scroll of Identify. I'll identify some of the potions. Ambrosia. A strange substance produced by ghost moths. Consuming it causes regeneration of health and magic, along with total befuddlement. The two effects are fundamentally linked. The regeneration ends the moment the confusion does. I don't know if that's a good thing to have or a bad thing to have. I guess it's good if I need health quickly, but I can't. I am not necessarily in melee. Specifically need health and magic. And I'll identify that other scroll. Okay, Scroll of Fog, Blink, Noise, Potion of Ambrosia. Okay, well, I'm rather happy that I was able to identify some things at least. A snail-covered altar of Chibraidos. A timeless altar to Chibraidos the Contemplative. Okay, I don't really know what use that is to me, other than the normal situation of what altars to gods do. Zap hits the ogre. We are both struck by lightning. Yeah. The ogre is severely wounded. Yeah, conjurations increased to... Okay. 6% chance of failure, 4% chance of failure. That's significantly better than what it was before. Okay. I'm rather happy with how much the improvement... I'm pretty much happy with how much that improved. Yeah, I hit both it and me with lightning. I guess if I hit both of us with lightning, it's an okay deal as long as I have more hit points than them. Can't help but wonder though how useful that spell really is if it can hit both me and the enemy. A hound and a scorpion, I guess. Guess I may as well do this. Yeah, I hit both of them now. Oh, I tried to get two of them next to each other and it still hit me and the enemy. I guess I'm doing pretty good. Maybe if it hits me, it deals reduced damage when arcing to the caster. I guess if it arcs to me, it does less damage, so that's still overall of benefit. It is funny though that using it makes the damage arc to me. Yeah, I killed the scorpion. I killed the kobold. I lucked out, I think. Okay. Doing much better than I thought I would. Still don't know if particular... Here we go, static discharge. Kill the jelly with lightning magic. Okay. Okay. I miscast it twice in a row. I have a lot more magic points than I used to, but still want to try to avoid wasting my magic. And try to use it in only optimal conditions. Okay. Well, it's time to go down to the next level. Oh, he's blinking. Probably want to avoid using some of the, probably want to avoid using things I haven't identified because some of these things will do nothing but hurt me. I will, however, enchant my cloak. +2 cloak. And that's the maximum good of cloakness that I can have. That's good. Shadow Imp. Uses necromancy. Pain. Well, a necrophage. A vile undead creation of the most unholy necromancy made from the decaying corpses of humanoid creatures. It exists to spread disease and decay. Well, I think I'll use lightning on this imp. I guess that didn't work. Or it did work, but it didn't kill it. And guess I'll try to fight the necrophage. 1d6. Okay, now time to use static discharge. I wish this gave me a better idea of what damage it does. Seems strange that this doesn't actually list what the damage is, where most of the other spells do list what the damage is. That's neat. The failure is 32%. The failure chance of that spell's going down pretty significantly low. You feel drained. 33 out of 44, and then 46 in parentheses. I think what that must mean is that my maximum hit points are reduced. Yeah, it says lightly drained. That's probably what it is. My life force field's restored. Okay, yeah, it went back up to 46. I've reached level 8. I feel clever. Yeah, pretty good. 1 out of every 7 turns I regain a magic point. Killed the jelly. Another necrophage. Ooh, corrosion -4. Yeah, it says corroded. Oh, okay. My armor is 4 points lower. That's what it means. -3/4 staff. Okay, so I guess it reduces your armor and your weapon. Your armor and weapon skills. Necrophage is heavily damaged. Okay, I killed the necrophage and my air magic skill went up. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. At least I'm happy with how that turned out. Okay. Time to use my shock ability. Seems strange that I haven't found any other magic skills. It's kind of funny how I either have lots of magic access or I have almost none. And I find either lots of gear or I find lots of potions and scrolls. I guess that's part of the game design is that you're supposed to figure out what you want to focus and specialize in depending on the items that you find. So it does make sense to me that the game would operate this way, but I just haven't been playing it in a way where I determine what to put skills in based on what I find. Ooh, centaur. Yeah, it hasn't noticed me, so I think I'll just hopefully run away so I can rest. Okay. Okay, I think I'll kill that jelly. I'm happy with that. Yep, I killed the jelly. Zap hits the centaur. It shouts. It fired 2 arrows at me. Okay. I think I'm not certain, but I think I remember vaguely about something about a centaur being from mythology, being associated with a bow and arrow. Yikes. it's apparently better at the bow and arrow than I am with the magic. So I'll drink the potion of ambrosia to regenerate my hit points. Ambrosia drunk. Okay. Except it didn't look like it regenerated, made my hit point regeneration go up faster. Definitely went up by, it looks like it gives me a +3 regeneration. Oh well. Oh, and he ran up to... Okay, well, I don't know why the centaur ran up to melee with me. Considering... I guess you see a wizard, you're gonna think running up to melee is the safe option rather than trying to take him at ranged, but the centaur is good at ranged combat, so I would have thought that a centaur would stay at range. But yeah, what I was saying before is I think centaurs in mythology are associated with hunting or bows and arrows, which I don't even know what they're from. Like, they're probably from Greek mythology, because I think most of the mythology that I'm aware of is Greek mythology. But I seem to remember something about that, although I don't remember any particulars. But yeah, that's why centaurs in this game, I think, are good with a bow and arrow. Okay. Yeah, doing pretty good. Yeah, kill those enemies. Actually, I should use this more damaging one. Yeah, it finally it finally struck out against somebody that wasn't me. Oh, I miscast it. Well, my own lightning hit me that time. Again, it was bound to happen. I'm just glad that I finally got to use that spell and it hit somebody other than me with the arc as the second target. Okay. Okay, I'll get up there pretty soon. The howler monkey keeps making noise. Okay, well, it closed the melee, so lightning time. Or attempted lightning. I'm really glad that does less damage to me, because I seem to hit myself almost every casting with it. 3% chance of failure. Or of miscast. Wow, that's only 22% now. Let me see what the description of failure is for this. Up to 19 electric damage if I fail. It does more targets to more damage to targets surrounded by empty space. I guess the spell doesn't indicate how much damage it does either. Oh well. I'm not going to be using it for a little while, at least. Probably a couple more levels, and then I'll try starting to use it.
I just don't want to use it if it's I just don't want to use it if it's a spell that I have that high of a mischance of casting it, and I end up doing, you know, over about a third of my hit points of damage to myself when I don't cast it correctly. Because most of the enemies don't do that much damage to me at this point. You know, I don't need to be hurting myself more than the enemies are hurting me. Though I guess in some ways it could balance out if I deal so much damage, I virtually guarantee that they get killed from casting the spell. I guess that could be worthwhile. Worthwhile to cast that because, you know, if the threat is removed, it doesn't matter if I hurt myself. Of course, I think it's more likely I'd be just surrounded by a ton of enemies and I hurt myself badly while trying to kill one of them, and then the other 5 enemies around me just swarm me. Okay. What is this? Transporter landing site. The destination site of a transporter. As the portal is one way, you cannot use this location to return back through the transporter. Okay, I did not know that there were transporters in this. I guess that's like a magical gate with a bunch of sigils over it that looks like a particular thing. Oh. A one-way portal to another place on this level. When using a transporter, adjacent allies and monsters will travel with you to the other side. Okay, so I guess that guy's going to be using the transporter probably, because he just turned it on. Hopefully that enemy won't come fight me while I'm trying to defeat the bullfrog zombie. My little zaps aren't doing much to it. Well, we both got hit by lightning, but he got hit worse. Okay. Well, at least I'm getting rid of the iguana or whatever. Okay. Well, I'm going to try to... Well, at least I have enough magic to cast my lightning. Hopefully... Nope, it didn't do much damage to it. Water moccasin is more deadly than other enemies. So I think... Wand of Polymorph... I'll use one of these potions. Yeah, it's a potion of curing. But then he just bit me again. Although it looks like this yellow bar is the amount of hit points I regained, so that's not too bad. I guess I'll try to hit it with my staff. Oh, wow. I guess my staff did a good job. Yeah, I went up a level. Increase my intelligence. My intelligence seems pretty good to me. Let's see, I am poisoned. Seriously poisoned. Oh wow, I'm gonna go down to 7 hit points. Hopefully I can rest. No longer poisoned since a monster. Okay, that's good. 19% failure chance. 18 electric damage. I'll wait. I'll wait a little longer before I do that. Just because it might be better. Let's see, I had a ring of fire, right? Yeah. My resistance to cold is down, and that's an ice beast, so I'll remove that so I'm not as susceptible. Okay. Now I want to use my lightning. Well, at least enemies that close to melee, I have a pretty reliable way to kill them. I just have to hope that none of the enemies that I fight will stay at range and also do significant damage to me. Because right now my only way to deal with that would be... Well, I guess there's no reason not to memorize this, but the only real way to deal damage to enemies that refuse to close in melee range would be this. So I guess I will learn that. This is purely an emergency type situation spell for me at the moment, though. Like if there's a powerful enemy that I can't get to fight in melee. And it looks like it's... Okay, it looks like it's a spell that works only on one enemy. So, right now my electric shock spell still seems like it's better for ranged combat. Okay. Bit by bit. Okay, it's a howler monkey. I thought that was a howler monkey, not a howler monkey zombie at first. I was confused why it wasn't making a bunch of noise. There we go. A white imp. The white imp shouts, "Slither hence, thou pribbling, unchin-snouted gutter snipe." Okay, that seems like a very random insult for the enemy to shout. I don't think it's clear that all enemies even shout like that. Okay, what's this? Water moccasin zombie? I wonder if it's, yeah, it probably does have a poison attack. I would think that an enemy that produces poisons naturally would no longer have a poison attack once it's undead, because the poisons that things produce are a biological process. But I think, well, I guess it misses me. Oh, no, it bit me twice and it didn't poison me, so I guess the zombie version of the poisonous snake doesn't have poison. I'm glad for that. I was worried there for a moment just because all of these enemies with poison kind of worry me at least a little. Okay. Yeah, killed the adder. Sense a monster nearby, yeah. Okay. Quitotus, the shield bearer. This is not a former character I had, but it is a ghost. I mean, that seems like a nonsense name that I'd come up with, but I think this is just a randomly generated ghost. Because I don't think I've played either a Naga or a fighter on this install of the game. In any case, I don't think I want to fight it. That seems like it'd be pretty good to have, though. I'll let it just be extremely dangerous and secluded in that temple or whatever it is. I guess I could try to run in there and grab the ring and then escape, but I don't think I want to risk that. Okay. At least not until I've gained another level or two. There's another ring down there. I guess I could put back that fire ring back on, but I don't think there's much point in doing that because it only gives me fire resistance. I don't think there's any particular need to have a bunch of resistances that I can't make use of. Oh, killed the orc wizard. Water. Very slow. Oh yeah. That would be what water does. Although I think it only makes my movement slow. Not necessarily my spell casting. Let's use the lightning spell in the water and see if that does anything. You hear a splash? I think I hear a splash because the creature I just killed was in the water and it dropped its items. Like if I heard a splash and I didn't just kill a creature, then that would be one thing. What's this do? Resist negative energy. Yeah. I think using that when I fight the ghost will be good. It will allow me to maybe resist the ghost's draining attacks. So yeah, I could see that being worthwhile. Okay. Well, I'm glad that those enemies in the temple apparently don't know how to escape the temple by using the portals to leave. I'm most glad that the ghost can't get out. Oh, my dodging skill went up. I wonder what my evasion number was at the start, because I really don't remember. Okay. Sentinel's mark on me fades away. I did not realize I had a Sentinel's mark. Partly explored unvisited transporter. So that's the last place to go. I have plenty of time to study now. Yeah, because he's dead, but he's a fighter? I guess he was resistant to fire and steam. I did not know that steam was a category of thing. 81 hit points. Yikes. 18 damage. Luckily, ghosts can't travel through walls. I will try this. Grab the thing. What is a Quasit? 15 hit points. I have to cut across here. Yeah, I'll put the dexterity ring on. Yeah, my evasion's 14 now instead of 13. I don't know if that helps me significantly, but that's good. Okay, so this static discharge applies on a random enemy. Oh, wait. Does it impact every enemy near me? Because that did seem to do a lot. Okay, I guess it does. It works on every enemy adjacent. Yeah, I was hoping to kill them and maybe start moving towards the exit in one casting, but I guess not. Okay, I feel clumsy. I think I am having some of my attribute drained. But I do have that +6 ring of dexterity, so that's good. I guess it is. Well, I think I will start to run now. Just because I cleared the path. I hadn't done that before. Okay. And I guess I'll... Yep. Well, for whatever reason, I guess they can't leave that. Didn't it say in the description of the transporter that it would, yeah. Monsters will travel with me to the other side? I didn't, like, run ahead of them or anything. They were at the same place that I was. Oh well. I don't think it's that big a deal. Well, even if this penalty to my dexterity doesn't go away eventually. Let's see what it... Nope, it doesn't mention what's going on with my dexterity there. But even if that doesn't go away eventually, I still have a net positive of 3 extra dexterity. So I think that was worth it. I hear the roar of battle. Okay. There is a secret level on this. I think it's like called the Hall of Battle or something. That's what the roar of battle means. It means that there's a secret path to a hidden, or not a hidden, but a bonus level on this floor. I don't know if that's necessarily a floor that would be too great for me to have. Hey, my air magic went up. It makes it so backfire on the airstrike skill will do only 16 damage instead of 18. Okay, so I guess I will just let those continue to accrue. Maybe when I get, if I ever find other spells, maybe I'll start training one of those spell categories instead of the ones that I'm bad at, or the ones that Formian or Formicid are bad at. Armor shop. I think I won't bother with the armor shop, but I will look for this Hall of Battle or whatever it is. Fortunately, my magic, I think, regenerates quickly enough that I don't have to necessarily rest before moving on all the time. Flagged portal. A portal leading to a bailey gradually fading away as the standard is lowered to the ground. The bailey is the still occupied and well-guarded fortress of an orcish lord. The treasures within are protected by both physical barriers and large number of well-armored humanoid warriors. And the quote is a poem from 1829. Okay. Well, time to head through this flagged portal. I guess I'll wait a little bit. You hear the faint creaking of a portcullis. I'm standing right in front of it, so I don't know how faint it is. I mean, that's the general message to remind you that the door to the bonus area is there. Okay. Faint creaking of a portcullis. You hear the creaking of a portcullis. And now I'm ready to go. The world spins around you as you enter the gateway. You enter a bailey. Okay. I guess the exit is right there. A gate that will let you return whence you came. I guess that means if I am having a bad time, I can just abort and flee more quickly than 14% mischance. There's another exit gate out of this place. And another. I guess there's just a lot of exits here. Okay. Whoops. I accidentally missed. Boomerangs. Okay, Orc Knight. A heavily armored orc covered in scars from many past battles, it commands its brethren in battle, rousing them to greater, more violent efforts with blood-curdling shouts. It looks extremely dangerous. It can hit for up to 25 damage. Okay, I think that's probably an enemy that I want to either attempt an airstrike on or just flee from. Since I still have pretty good magic for now. Wait. It left? It stepped out of my field of vision, I guess. Oh wait, that's deep water. Okay. I guess that's why they're not running towards me. I was confused because I thought those enemies were going to all charge towards me and attack. I wonder if they are doing pathfinding to come fight me or if they just ran out of my attack range. Wait. There's just deep water across this. Is there a reason that I can't? Orc warrior is almost dead. Well, I guess I missed my chance to kill the orc warrior. Huh. Okay, this is unexpected. Oh, wait a minute. I picked up potions of flight, I think. I think that means I have to... Yeah. I think that means I have to drink that and then fly across the gap here. Okay. But then I can just wait at... Okay, I'll try to use this airstrike skill. Okay. The air twists around and strikes the Orc Knight. The Orc Knight is lightly wounded. Okay. I don't know if that was worthwhile because it seemed to take off a very slight amount of his health. I don't know if there's anything, or I don't know what there would be here to be worthwhile. Like, there's gotta be stuff here that's worthwhile raiding. But it seems that these enemies just have a bunch of weapons that I would have no interest in. Well, at least I'm getting some experience from fighting the kobolds. The orc warrior suddenly cheers, as orcs often do. That's an interesting description. It's just making noise. I like that occasionally some enemies will do things other than just shout at you or yell. Sometimes they'll just say, here's an insult that they say, and it just tells you what it is. I want to see if this airstrike... Nope. Even though I can see them beyond the wall, airstrike only has an effect on enemies that are within line of sight. I guess I will rest here for a little bit. And then I will use a healing potion to... or a flying potion. That Orc Knight is following me. Oh wait, that's a different Orc Knight. Okay. But still, that'd be an Orc Knight I'd have to fight to get farther. I guess I will attempt to... I can't blink or teleport, so once I... Well, I can always jump back over in case I need to flee and attempt to get to one of those portals. But I will fly. It would be interesting to fly up into the air. Okay, well, starting to lose my buoyancy. Okay, now I'm safe. I guess I could have tried to dig through the rock wall. It says it can be dug through. Stone wall? Okay, so I wouldn't be able to... I'd be able to dig over here, and then I wouldn't be able to dig across it. Oh, okay. Well, I got something. Scroll of Enchant Armor. Well, that's something that was probably worth the potion of flight that I used. I don't know if I want to enchant the robe, just because there's probably other better things to enchant. One to play Nerf, okay. Yeah, at least I have another place that I can potentially retreat to. I don't think I will be able to get to wherever these inside areas are. +2 Vampiric Spear. A hunting weapon consisting of a wooden shaft with a pointed metal head fastened on one end. Evoke to extend its reach. It occasionally heals its wielder for a portion of the damage dealt when it wounds a living foe. It seems like it'd be pretty good if I was using spears at all. I'm gonna kill that kobold. Okay. Well. Well, I guess since I, let's see, causes a creature to be transmogrified into another form. Okay, it's not a shape-changing creature, but maybe I will try to use that on there, the Orc Knight. The Orc Knight easily resists. Komodo dragon, an elephant, or a cyclops. 28% chance to affect it. Why would I want it to be any of those? I mean, I guess a Komodo dragon seems less dangerous than an orc knight, but an elephant or a cyclops seem like they're more dangerous. Okay, maybe that wasn't the best thing to try to use on it. Let's see, what else is there? I guess I can use shock. I guess it missed. Okay, it's in melee. I'm probably just going to run away once it hits me, because yeah, it can deal about 25 damage in a single hit. So I'll have it hit me once maybe. No, that did 17. But yeah. Okay. Time to leave. Oh. I guess this time the teleporter brought the thing with me, even though I did go to a different level ultimately. I did not know that he would follow me like that. Okay. Potion of curing. Blinking identify. Well, let's see where. Okay. Well, that was unexpected. Well, it'll probably be a little while before I can take that encounter on. Luckily, I was able to escape. Let's rest and heal. Okay, go back down. Okay, this is an encounter that I'm probably much more equipped to handle. Yeah, there we go. Okay, this is much better. Short sword of protection. Ring of protection from cold. Okay. It's also rather good. I really don't like those water moccasins. They're far more dangerous than the other mistakes, it seems. Feel my dexterity returning. Oh, my, let's see, 17. Okay, well, I'm glad that some of my dexterity is coming back. Boy, that dexterity actually stayed faded for a while. I guess it's still continuing to be drained a bit. So it's not like it is fully back yet. Yeah, lousy howler monkey. Yeah, it howled. I don't know what range their noise makes sense. Hoots and howls with incredible vigor. Like, I don't know if that wakes up the enemies and causes them to start wandering, or if the enemies just have, or if the enemies get like a vague idea where that came from. Like a particular direction. Okay. Oh, I'm confused. I guess I can't cast a spell when I'm confused. Yeah, because, yeah, too confused to cast spells. It grayed out the icon, that's how I knew. Okay. Kill the orc wizard, kill the orc. Yes, the lightning arced to somebody that wasn't me. I very much appreciate that. Altar of Trog. Altar of Vehumet. Uh, okay. Well, I have a couple of scrolls of identify. I think I'll at least identify one thing. 3 yellow potions. Oh, heal wounds. That's good for me to know. Ruby potion. Degeneration. Okay. A noxious concoction which reduces strength, intelligence, and dexterity. And then it has a passage about whiskey, which I guess makes sense. Maybe. And let's see. And it colors it red, which means I guess red is just key for flatly detrimental. Hey, scrolls of noise are listed like that too. I can think of ways that scroll of noise might be useful. Like if there's a bunch of enemies around the corner and you want them to come towards you, but you don't want to specifically peek around the corner to get their attention. But still, I think probably this I'll get rid of. Drop that. Drop. We'll drop those because may as well have fewer things in my inventory for me to look over if I happen to want to try to use something. Centaur zombie. Okay, lightning. Okay. Just running around ants with lightning magic. Fighting undead. There seems to be a lot of undead this run. I think most Conjuration's skill went up. Are apparently pretty decent at that. Despite my aptitude being low. But yes, an ant with lightning magic. Who knew? I think this is the second time I've had a whatever the class was. Air Elementalist. Because I think the troll was also an Air Elementalist. The troll character that I had a couple days ago. I guess I seem to do better with magic users. Maybe it's just because I play a lot more cautiously with magic users. That's probably what it is. Like if I'm a warrior, the idea is that run up to enemies and smack them with my weapon, right? Like wouldn't that be what you'd do as a warrior? Oh well, a bunch of stores. Ori Raregs Jewelry Boutique. I almost have 300 gold. Magic regeneration and amulet of regeneration. I think either one would be really useful for me. Ring of willpower. What does that do? It increases the wearer's willpower, protecting against magical effects. Okay, so it gives me a willpower up thing. Hey, this quote's only from... This quote's more recent than 100 years. Oh wait, no it's not. I am indeed a king because I know how to rule myself. That seems like a pretty good quote to put on this. And this is apparently attributed to Pietro Aretino in a letter to Mr. Agostino Ricci, May 10th, 1537. And translated into English from the original Italian in 1926. Okay. Who's reading these things? Okay. Well, any of those rings would probably be good, but... I'm not even sure if any of these things would be what I'd want. Wait, what? Plus 15. Maxwell's patent armor. A suit of armor created by the famous inventor Maxwell, providing unparalleled protective qualities at a very affordable price. His unorthodox materials left it with certain shortcomings, but he's yet to have anyone come back for a refund. No spellcasting in this armor. Prevents most forms of teleportation. Protects you from acid and corrosion, increases your willpower, insulates you from electricity. Well, if only I wasn't a magic user that was already immune to teleportation effects. And also, that has high encumbrance, so I wouldn't be using it anyway, even if I didn't already have resistance against teleportation, and even if it didn't prevent spellcasting. I guess these are just different weapons. I've mostly not been using training weapons of any kind. Ooh, a book of burglary. What does that mean? Does it have burglary spells? A book containing many diverse spells useful for theft, breaking and entering, and other miscellaneous larceny. Okay. I wonder... Passwall. What's this known category mean? Does it mean that I know the air? Does it mean that I have training in the air skill, or... Because I don't have a book of... I don't have swiftness in my spell list that I can train. I'm gonna look at this real quick. You cannot memorize any of the available spells. I think known must just mean that... Let's see. I'll examine it again. I guess known must just mean that that is a category of spell that well, I don't know. Oh, okay, I know what it is. I think the character class does have access to swiftness. But swiftness is making myself hasted. And I cannot be hasted, so it doesn't let me even memorize that spell. Because it would be useless for me to have. That's what that means. So in other words, this Book of Burglary has only one air spell in it, and it's an air spell that I technically have access to, but would be useless to me anyway. So, yeah, pass wall and invisibility, neither of which uses something that I have training in, so I think that Book of Burglary is not useful to me. A Phial of Floods. An enchanted vessel brimming over with elemental water. Removing the stopper unleashes a torrent of water from the phial, dealing damage to the target and flooding the nearby area. Any creatures hit by the wave are also engulfed in water, silencing them temporarily. The strength of the torrent and the duration of the flooding are increased with evocation skill. That's interesting. That's a neat item from a flavor standpoint, I think. I'm glad I checked that shop, though. I was originally going to not, because I thought that there wasn't a possibility of there being a spellbook in it. +0 pair of boots of flying. Plate armor, poison resistance. I'm gonna look at what the boots of flying are. Of flying, it grants its user flight. Does that just mean that it makes me fly, like, as long as I have it on? What is a barding? Oh, armor for the scaly midsections of Nagas and Pelantongas. I guess it's for particularly those creatures. What's it say? Helmet? Okay, I guess I can't wear a helmet because I have the antennas. That makes sense. Okay, well, I think out of all these shops, the boots of flying are the obviously best thing for me to do. So I'll buy that. Yeah, now I just have fly. That seems pretty worthwhile. Well, the Orc Knight is there. Now I can just cross the water when I need to. I'm rather happy with that. Actually, what? Don't I have an enchant armor? There it is. And I will enchant the flying boots. That's good. Up to +2. Yeah, that's worthwhile. Because I don't think I'll be finding boots that are better than that. Protection from cold. Okay, I think I'm doing pretty good here. Cold resistance. So I can use that with the Ring of Fire to cancel that out. But I think I'll probably mostly be using my bonus to Dexterity Ring. Because the only thing better than that would be Killer Bee Zombie. The only thing better than the bonus to Dexterity Ring would probably be the bonus to Intelligence Ring. Yeah, lightning, lightning, lightning. Yeah, spellcasting went up again. 1% chance of failure. I wonder if it ever goes down to 0. It probably does, but it's probably like requires a lot more to get it to 0 than it does. Like if it goes down to 1%, it probably goes down all the way to 0. Because what seems like a good minimum, maybe like 2%? Like I could see if there was some exponential decay that reduced it to 2% as the absolute theoretical minimum. Like I'd believe that, but I don't think I'd believe it for 1% maybe. Now if there was an exponential decay that decreased it to 0%, that I could believe that too. In which case, it remaining at 1% for a while seems pretty likely. So even if 1% was the absolute minimum, then I could believe that. Yeah, what's this? A thin jeweled staff. Well, I don't want the potion of degeneration. Why didn't it pick that up? Wow, this one's translated from 1228. Basho Osho said to his disciples, "If you have a staff, I will give you a staff. If you have no staff, I will take it from you." Booman's comment. It helps me wade across a river when the bridge is down. It accompanies me to the village on a moonless night. If you call it a staff, you will enter hell like an arrow. Muman Ikai, the gateless gate. I don't understand that. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm going to go get that staff. Whatever it is. Okay. Ooh, it's a staff of poison. Staff that increases the power of poisoning spells cast by its wielder and protects them from the effects of poison. If the wielder is skilled in evocations and poison magic, they can envenom those struck by it, dealing poison damage which bypasses armor. Okay. Well, that's the thing that I've been waiting for since the beginning. And it is what? Evocations and poison magic. And I have both an aptitude for evocations and an aptitude for poison magic. So I'll turn both those on. And I guess I'll turn on staves and fighting? I don't know. Because fighting and staves both increases accuracy. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Kind of makes my, makes all of my trainings, percentages really low, but, I don't know if I want to necessarily turn anything off. The bonus to poison magic training is probably worthwhile. Okay, I'm going to use the Staff of Poison. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. I was done exploring the area. Well, at least now I have something that's theoretically I will be much better at. Staff of Poison. Yep, resistance to poison. I was just checking that because it said that for the description, which I'm rather happy about. A steam dragon, a relatively small gray dragon with a resilient-looking scaly hide and steam pouring from its mouth. Okay. It is very large. It can fly. Hit points 30. It looks dangerous, and it is resistant to steam. I did not know steam was a category of damage that existed. I guess I will try to fight it. I have no idea if I can. Oh, it breathes steam at me. Ball of steam hits me. Steam, a cloud of steam. A cloud of scalding steam. Creatures caught within will be mildly injured, and fire resistance will further reduce the damage. Huh, okay. I guess I should put the Ring of Fire on. I'll get rid of the positive energy ring. Yeah, wear that instead. Okay, that's probably good. If it breathes steam on me again, I'll at least have some resistance to fire. Ball of steam hits me, I resist. Okay. Boy, that enemy is very troublesome. Well, at least this thing bounces. Static discharge. Yeah, I got the rest of my dexterity back. That took a while. I think I fully explored 2 levels of the dungeon and went to a bonus area briefly before I got all my magic back. Okay. Well, luckily I'm resistant to its steam attacks. The steam dragon scales are intact enough to wear. I killed it! I got poison magic, evocation skill, leveled up. I reached level 10. I'm doing pretty good. Plus 0 steam dragon scales. The scales of a steam-breathing dragon. Unlike the scales of some larger dragons, it does not provide its wearer with much protection beyond a resistance to scalding steam, but it is extremely light and supple. Oh. It says 5 armor and encumbrance rating of 0. It seems like it's definitely better than the robe that I have. It's also encumbrance rating 0. Okay, drop the robe. Okay. Well, that's rather good. I'm an ant with steam dragon armor that casts lightning magic. Doing pretty good here. Well, that's a helmet I can't wear. It'll get in the way of my antenna. Deep water and some knolls. Well, they're unable to attack me. I don't care though about zapping them from across the water. It's a little unfair, but I mean, I'm an ant that uses lightning magic, so it's not like it's something pretty far outside of my specialty. Null Sergeant. Okay. A commander of a pack of gnolls. Scars on its stout body give evidence of how it earned its rank. Looks like it's pretty dangerous, but it only has 26 hit points, as opposed to that orc knight that had 81, I think. Or no, 81 was the ghost that I saw earlier, the Naga fighter ghost. Boy, this shock spell isn't very effective against it. Oh, I killed it, my last thing. My fighting skill went up, my stave skill went up. Well, that's what happens when I'm higher level and I start training those skills, I guess. They slowly go up. Okay. A 2-headed ogre comes into view. A huge ogre with 2 heads on top of its bloated body. It is capable of holding a weapon in each giant hand. It looks extremely dangerous. It attacks very slowly. Okay. It can hit for up to 15 damage and 20 damage plus whatever the giant spiked clubs do. I think if I fight it, I'll want to just do it from range like the others. Could wear this. Skill. Okay, let's see. A piece of wood and metal to be strapped on one arm for defense. It is cumbersome to wear and impedes the evasion, spellcasting ability, and attack speed of an unskilled wearer. It says skill to remove penalty 9. At 100% training, I would reach 9 in about 0.8 levels. Huh. It's kind of unexpected. I guess I'll look at this. Spear of Venom. It poisons the flesh of those it strikes. Okay, well. Okay. There's an entrance to a distillery here. Okay, well, that's... seems like they're pretty good options. But I will pick up the kite shield. And then retreat. And the ability to use a shield is like one of the wield two-handed weapons with a shield. So I think I'll consider that later. For now, I think I probably want to not bother with that kind of thing. Apparently that two-headed ogre is going to just sit there. So maybe I'll let my health regenerate, or my magic regenerate a bit. Okay. Okay. No, I killed it. Poison and evocations both leveled up. Was pretty quick. Okay. Book of positive... Ring of positive energy. I already have I have 2 rings of positive energy now. But the... resisting negative energy, there's 3 levels to it, I guess. So if I need to fight a ghost, I guess I can equip 2 of them. Okay. That's good. But hey, it's a bookstore. Book boutique. Book of Air. I think that might be the one that I started with. Yeah, I already have all these. Okay. Book of Party Tricks. Apportation. Alistair's Intoxication. That must poison enemies or something. Invisibility. Okay, Book of Storms is probably the thing that I want to have. Yeah. A book written by the magician Lan Shi, who was preoccupied with the study and control of natural phenomena. Most of Shee's works have been lost, but those still remaining are treasured by wizards lucky or unscrupulous enough to get their hands on a copy. Yeah. Book of the Spheres. A book containing a comprehensive, well-rounded collection of sphere-related spells. Its final pages begin to describe a spell titled Summon Orb of Zot, but sadly the remainder of the book has been completely vaporized. I guess that makes sense. Fireball. And those are mostly conjuration. Vamy's Catalog of the Twisted Traveler, a book of magic spells. It is an ancient artifact. It has 2 spells, Gel's Gravitas and Infestation. I guess maybe Infestation is, it's a level 8 necromancy spell, so I guess it's maybe it's a rare spell. The Handbook of Sinister Magic, a book of magic spells that is an ancient artifact. It has another level 8 spell. Maybe it's just considered an artifact when it has a high level spell in it. That's probably what it is. Well, I can't afford any of them. Stone Arrow, Anime Arbor. And it looks like these are mostly not... They're mostly not air spells. Spider Form. It must give you a spider form must give you a poison attack. So it uses the poison skill. That could be useful if I could afford it, but nowhere close. I'm nowhere close to being able to afford that. Okay. I think I'm doing pretty decently this time. So apparently being an ant is much easier for me than being a gargoyle or... What was the other thing I was? The frog thing? I forgot what the frog thing was called. Apparently being an ant is much easier than either of those. I mean, I'm still not doing totally great, but being careful and cautious is getting there. Okay. Well, unfortunately, I think I should probably get going pretty soon. I was going to play until the end of this life, but I think maybe I'll leave that till later. It's another bookstore. Let's see, I could buy a Book of Callings. And I'm very close to being able to afford a Book of Geomancy, which includes earth-based spells. As an ant, I am better at earth-based magic than I am with air magic. And these are summons. So... Okay, I think maybe I'll consider that other thing. But for now, I think I will just explore the rest of the level. Yeah, I can afford that book now. Let's see. Earth magic. Well, let's see. I think if I did that, I'd want to definitely cap out my... Well, I guess what I'll do while I'm thinking of it is set out a target of 6 there. Set another target of 6 there. Set a target of... Let's see, what else? Because I don't want to generally... I think G. I'll set a target of 3 there. Okay. Then I will turn on training of earth magic. I think I'll allow my stealth to continue to be trained up. Although, what does it actually say stealth does? Less likely to be noticed if they are asleep or unalert. Increase your chance of monsters losing track of me. Governs the likelihood. Okay. I think I will, in this case, set a skill target for stealth to okay. So this should make it so that I stop training those as much so that I can get the new, so that when I get earth magic I'll be able to I'll have more ability to cast it. Well, let's see what this airstrike skill is at. 15 damage, 11% fail of, or 15 on a misfire. Oh, this both causes magic contamination and deals 15 damage. Yikes. But still, it only uses air. This does conjuration and air, and I don't think I need any more conjuration and air. Yeah, this also does conjuration and air, but it's at 100%. That's only 27%, but still. I think having access to more spells will be more useful to me than continuing to train up. Let's see, where is it? Wait, that's the other shop. Okay, it's this shop that I want. I was confused at first. Okay, Book of Geomancy. Okay. Wow, I have no training in earth magic. But, yeah. 2d6. 12% power. It has a short range, but it deals more damage than the other spell. That's also level 1. Transmutation / earth. Instantly pass through solid rock. Yeah, I think this is going to be less useful to me than just my digging ability, so I don't need that. But when I'm high enough level, I'll be able to use this spell, which does way more damage, I think, than anything else and has good range. I'm still ridiculously ill-equipped to use it. Deals up to 48 damage if I miscast it. Yeah, I have absolutely no training in Earth. But I will learn Sandblast. Memorize Sandblast, yes. 11% miscast chance. Well, hopefully that will be changed and resolved pretty quickly. Oh wait, that's a yak. Okay, it's not a death yak. I think I just had bad luck. My stave skill increased. Okay. Okay. Dungeon 8. Yikes. Okay. At least now I'm starting to dabble in the more species appropriate spells. Although it says I can't cast the spell right now. Oh, well, it does say it consumes a stone. I guess that's why it does more damage, is because it uses a resource, and the other ones don't. But I can start picking up stones now, so I think I should be fine. Wow, every square every square that my electric shot could travel had an enemy in it to take damage. Okay. Okay. Hmm. What does it say? 25% chance to evade my staff of poison. At least my zaps are weakening all these enemies. I'm glad that I at least have some training of my at least I have a little bit of training in my weapon skill now. Yeah, my earth magic skill went up, and it reduced the failure chance by 4%. Just one level had a pretty significant boost. And it increased the damage as well. Okay. Poison magic skill went up. Evocations and poison magic. Yeah, I do have evocations. I guess it must require a certain level before it starts applying the poison effect, because I don't think I've been seeing the poison effect triggering. Okay, it is envenoming the yak. I guess it just didn't trigger the venom thing earlier. Guess I'll drink the potion of heal wounds. Okay, that spell killed 2 of them. My dodging skill went up. I hit the ward but did no damage. Okay, it's resistant to poison. Okay, use the lightning on it. It didn't work very well. Okay, healing. Okay. No, I was able to poison the warg. Kill the orc, kill the warg. Okay. Electricity, electricity. Okay, I killed the warg. Doing pretty good. An enemy with a flail of venom. Oh, that was pretty good. Okay. Okay. And I am... Okay. I think this is where I will quit for now. Because I lasted a lot longer than I anticipated. And as far as saving and quitting, I know there's a way to do it, but for now I think I'll be heading out. And so I will see you all next time. And enjoy the rest of your day.